Oh, this is... Okay. Forgot about that mission. That mission's gonna be a pain. 750. Four turns, okay. So we could be getting fight for the night. Those two first, I guess.
To serve. What is your command?
You have seized a strategic area.
Reaching engagement velocity. I am the Dynasty's spear.
Fighters barely won that one.
I serve your glory. How may I serve? Target locked.
Are we?
Ready to serve. Inferior vessel sighted.
The enemy has seized a strategic area. The enemy has seized a strategic area. You have seized a strategic area.
All power to motor units. Reassembling coherence. Energy to recoalescence.
Chaos is being a little bit more intense than normal.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
There will be no escape.
The enemy has seized a strategic area. The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Yeah, there.
I serve your glory.
Okay, we're gonna go back up there.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
Inferior vessel sighted. How may I serve? Boarding successful. Flayed ones are feasting. What is your command? Internal damage registered. Ready to serve. Drop void anchors. I am the dynasty.
You have seized a strategic area. You have seized a strategic area.
Reassembly coherence. Inferior vessel sighted. Initialize motor power. I serve your glory. Reaching engagement velocity. How may I serve? Energy to recoalescence. What is your command? All power to motor units. How may I serve?
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
Inferior vessel sighted. I am the dynasty spear. Reassembling coherence. Inferior vessel sighted. I serve your glory. Ready to serve. Energy to recoalescence. Impossible. Cannot comply. What is your command?
You have seized a strategic area.
I am the dynasty spear. Carotech swarms have breached the enemy vessel. Register.
The enemy has accumulated 25% of strategic points.
Boarding successful. Flayed ones are feasting. I serve your glory. Carotech swarms have breached the enemy vessel. How may I serve?
accumulated 50% of strategic points.
What is your command?
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
Inferior vessel sighted. I serve your glory.
Oh, come on.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Motive units fully engaged. Ready to serve. Moving. Engaging weaponry. I am the dynasty's spear. I serve your glory. Yes, my liege. Drop void anchors. How may I serve? On the march.
You have seized a strategic area.
Reaching engagement velocity. Moving. Reassembling coherence. Inevitable. What is your command? Initializing motive power. Ready to serve. All power to motive units. I am the dynasty's spear.
This light cruiser's got mauled.
How may I serve? We are death. I serve your glory. As you command.
I have I have no idea how many people are actually watching because for whatever reason the live viewer count for YouTube does not show accurately. I've noticed. Gives more of a suggestion than actual numbers. Turn, one turn. One turn. 3 turns. 4 turns. How big of a fleet is it? Okay. Let's cancel that one. Let's not worry about that one. Okay. Okay. Do we have everything covered now? I don't want to fight Tyranids. I need to kill off the Tyranids. They're so annoying. Them and Space Marines are like the worst to fight in this. Okay. What? 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 Where was this? Okay then. I didn't even see any of that. What is even happening? I didn't even... Okay. Didn't see any of those invasions happening, apparently.
On the march. Ready to serve. Moving. As you command.
throws themselves into me. Freaking orcs.
Initializing motive power. What is your command?
Giant asteroids, huh? Our favorite special event.
What is your command? Inferior vessel sighted. Reassembling coherence. Inferior vessel sighted. How may I serve? I am the dynasty spear. Relocating. Yes, my liege. I serve your glory. Relocating. Wind of death. What is your command? I am the dynasty spear. Inferior vessel sighted. Ready to serve. Initializing motive path. How may I serve? They are doomed. As you command. Boarding successful. Frayed ones are feasting. Ready to serve. I serve your glory. Engaging weaponry. I am the dynasty spear. Moving. They are doomed. On the march. Inevitable. What is your command? How may I serve? Sound strike complete. Critical damage levied. Relocating. Of death.
I'm not. I'm not the. I'm not the best on Godzilla lore, so I mean I know who King Ghidorah is. I mean, if King Ghidorah's power level is destroying planets, then that kind of puts it sort of, well, I was gonna say on the level of a Catan, but Catan can destroy solar systems, so like a single shard of the Void Dragon got loose and wiped out like several planets before the Necrons could stop it. But like there's nothing in Warhammer other than ships that are just single planet destroyers typically. But even ships usually carry enough Exterminatus stuff to wipe out more than one world. So it would depend, I guess, how fast whoever it was attacking responded with similar firepower. If they're entropy type of thing, that kind of sounds sort of like some Necron stuff too. I played like what was it? There was that that Godzilla game on like Xbox 360 where you could fight each other and fight computer controlled Godzilla monsters. That's where I pretty much learned all the Godzilla monsters was from playing that. That game was really good. Had King Ghidorah and Mecha King Ghidorah. Was it the Destroy All Monsters Melee one? I tend to like not get annoyed by universe crossovers, but it's hard to measure sometimes different universes against each other effectively because there's just no way to actually compare them sometimes. People do it with Star Wars all the time, and it just doesn't really match up super well.
Ready to serve. I serve your glory.
You have seized a strategic area. You have seized a strategic area.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, but like, I mean, there's some things that are kind of obvious to me. Like, I don't know. Like, people like to try to... I don't know. Like, have you ever seen that, animation where they have Darth Vader fighting a Space Marine librarian? Like, Darth Vader's, like, matching physical blow for blow with a Space Marine. Like, that's not how Vader would win against a Space Marine. Especially not a librarian. Like, if anything, Vader has less power because he's got his cybernetics, because he's half hurt from Obi-Wan, you know, years before, so. Because it depends on how old Vader is, too. In that fight, but... They had a regular Space Marine match the Doomslayer from like the new games.
On the march.
See, that's that. No, it would have to be someone like Karn. Karn is basically the Doomslayer in Warhammer. You know, he's like blessed by a god. He's kind of supernaturally powerful. He's not just a Space Marine, you know. It would have to be someone like that for the Doomslayer. Oh my gosh, Tyranids are the worst. Absolute worst.
I serve your glory. Ready to serve.
It's not like I don't think a regular Space Marine could fight the Doomslayer, but defeat him? Nah, I don't know.
Enemy vessel
I mean, the Doomslayer lasted how many untold millennia in hell? With nothing but a black sword out of his hatred or something ridiculous.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Yeah. Right. So, like, I mean, the Slayer, like, because see, I've always wanted a game like Doom Eternal or Doom 2016, but Warhammer, and you're Karn, and you're just rampaging like a maniac. Because I've always kind of esteemed Karn as kind of like a Doomslayer type of dude. Well, I mean, Karn as he currently is the avatar of the Blood God. So he's similarly to how the Doomslayer has power given to him. That's essentially gives him near godlike ability. Being the avatar of Khorne is going to do that for you too. Being the avatar of literal war, essentially. That's kind of what I mean. Would give you a similar power boost, I would imagine. Arcatal co-op, yeah, that'd be funny. You can fill a blood meter, and then that allows you to turn Arcatal into his demon form for like a rampage combo or something. That'd be good. There's a lot of potential there. That'd be good stuff. Hi there, R. Yeah, that'd be cool. A Mortal Kombat styled game with Primarchs and Space Marine captains would be cool. There's a lot of cool ideas we have yet to see for Warhammer that maybe one day we'll see. We get some pretty good games over time, but then a lot of games are just kind of very mid or cash grabs, so. Final boss is just okay, how about this? Not just beating up Erebus. The final level is just called Get Up. You know exactly what that means. It would be like the most, you wouldn't even, yeah, it's just called Get Up. I need to get you far away from that. Oh, maybe too late. It's too late. It's way too late for you. Okay.
Ready to serve. Inevitable. Locked. What is your command?
Yeah, freaking Erebus. I hope we do get to see him die in the current era. That'd be a neat little development if we get that bit of fan service eventually. They can't keep torturing us with the man for eternity, can they? Don't answer that. Why are you turning that way?
Defense pylon destroyed. Boarding successful. Flayed ones are wasted. How can I serve? Count and swarm can reach the enemy vessel.
Don't grab me with your freaking tentacle.
Impossible.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
I hate that they can just hide in the fog like that. Get close again. Just the way Tyranids like it. Shoot.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Oh, I don't know if the gods ever liked Erebus. He was just useful for their purposes for a time, even if his purposes were always nefarious. I mean, because the Chaos Gods are often nefarious, right? So, makes sense. But yeah, I don't think a single other servant of Chaos has ever liked Erebus for any reason. Have you read the End in the Death novels yet, Caleb?
The enemy has accumulated 25% of strategic points.
I don't know much about the Votan. I don't find them that interesting, so I haven't really studied them much. They have kind of an interesting technological level, like you just mentioned, but I've just not found them that compelling, really. Not lore-wise, at least. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it can be overwhelming to know where to start these days with the lore. I got lucky and started at the beginning, essentially. For the Horse Heresy, at least. But anyway, in the last End in the Death book, at the very beginning, it actually starts with Lorgar. And Lorgar is musing about Erebus in it, and basically thinking to himself, like, how he doesn't like Erebus, but that Erebus is useful to his plans, essentially. Is how he perceives Erebus, really, at the time.
You have seized a strategic area. The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Although Lorgar does say, muse at one point, that he can certainly trust Erebus, right? It's like, really, Lorgar? You think you can trust freaking him at all? And basically he, like, essentially muses that the gods wouldn't allow Erebus to deceive him. It's like, dude, sorry, Lorgar, like, you might be favored in your own way by the gods, but for whatever reason, they let Erebus do whatever the frick he wants. Even at the expense of their other servants. Tyranids suck. Tyranids suck. I hate fighting these guys so much. These guys have to be one of the worst to fight against. They can basically hollow out all your ships of their crew over time, and That's the worst thing about them. This one's almost... Okay, well, I don't need to do that anymore. We are winning, but just barely. Okay.
The enemy has accumulated 50% of strategic points.
I mean, it'll be interesting if the Votan ever decide to, like, attack someone with the Men of Iron and see what that does, you know? But until they do that, if they just stick to themselves, they're going to be kind of boring. Or we get a novel from their POV that kind of delves into their culture and lore. That'd be cool, but who knows if we'll get that anytime soon. I mean, I think, well, so, I don't know how long you've been watching my videos for, or if you just found the stream today, but, I mean, I did, like, a theory speculation on, okay, what got attacked, by the way? Oh, they invaded down here. Those bastards. That's no good. Okay, we need to go down there then. Anyway, I had like a theory that it's like on a Dark Age of Technology video that it's plausible that there's like Dark Age era civilizations hiding out, essentially using their technology to hide. And the Votan seem kind of like that sort of thing, since they have some Dark Age stuff. I don't think they're full Dark Age, but they have Men of Iron. They've got some stuff. Yeah, I've been there, man. I do the same thing. I'll turn on like a podcast and fall asleep to it sometimes. It's funny, in one of my analytics for my videos, I actually, one of the search terms was like Warhammer Lore to fall asleep to, or something like that. That found some of my videos, which is funny. I mean, the Imperium is vast, but a lot of it's not really regulated by the Imperium. So, like, on paper, the Imperium might own certain parts of space, but it's not like they do anything to actually maintain it. And it would probably take, like, 300 years for them to realize, like, a sector got taken over by someone else. If it's, like, a sector that's not strategic to the Imperium. Oh, there is a specific lore guy that does that? Okay. Yeah, I mean, go figure, but I don't really know the other lore YouTubers except for the big ones, and I don't watch their stuff, so I really don't know who's out there. I just decided to try my hand at it. Okay, let's see. We're not getting attacked anywhere here. We need to send this fleet somewhere. Okay, we'll send him back here. That's good enough for now. Grand Cruiser. Okay, we can send you over there if we need to. Can't believe I didn't notice this system was getting attacked. That's so annoying. To rebuild some of the infrastructure there now. I almost feel like reloading to not have to wait for that rebuild, but it's, they didn't really take the most strategic systems anyways. This is like a very light 4X with just like space battles, you know? So you don't really have like, it's not like Stellaris where you have like, you know, a very intricate galaxy map or anything. And this is almost like a what if type of thing. Like the opening scroll to this game, I should show that to you guys. Have you guys ever seen the opening, like, of this game before? Or, like, video of it on YouTube or anything? If not, I should just play through the beginning, because it's amazing. But basically, the opening to this game is actual lore. It shows the fall of Cadia, the destruction of it, the space battles around it. But then from there, it kind of goes into what-if territory. And, like, in the Imperial Campaign, you actually take out Abaddon and the Vengeful Spirit. No, I would save it. I would just save it. I could do something new. So, like, obviously that doesn't happen. We don't hunt down Abaddon for real yet in real space. But then this Necron campaign, I know that it ends with you eventually sealing off the Eye of Terror completely as the Necrons. So, like, obviously that's not lore accurate, but the, like, Necron ships, the way they look and everything, like all the ships and fleets in this, the detail on them is all very lore accurate, which is nice. I was a huge, what do you call it, RTS guy. I played a lot of RTSs. Okay. Let's see. I don't think I can move anything else. And I'm playing like a total Warhammer 3 campaign right now too. They're just gonna throw another fleet into us right there, huh? Okay. I never played the Halo Wars games, but I was a big Halo fan. Like the lore in that a lot too. The man, there was a some post someone made trying to claim that the friggin' humans in Halo had any chance against the Imperium of Man. I think they were trolling for the most part, but it was so annoying. They were just coming up with the dumbest things to try to justify it. The Covenant would fare a bit better for sure, but the UNSC, before they got Forerunner tech, no. Not even a prayer. I know, like, it was so dumb what this guy was saying. It was on like a Facebook group, and then what's the annoying thing was, you know, you'd like rebut what he said, and he would just laugh, react at you. That's all he would do. I think he got banned eventually because he was just an idiot, but like, for sure, I think he was just trolling everybody. But it was so dumb. Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think he just, either he was incredibly ignorant or just an incredible troll. One of the two. It was goofy. I think after this fight, Caleb, I'll launch the beginning of this game so you can see it. It's pretty cool. It's one of the best, like, cinematic depictions of the fall of Cadia out there. And this game was, like, I would say fairly underappreciated and not as known. You should see it. It's worth it. It's really cool. Yeah, pre-schism, but yeah, I would say even post-schism Covenant. You know, like they had still quite a few ships left and everything, even without the High Charity and the Brutes. I would definitely put the Covenant as somewhat powerful enough to, as long as they didn't get the full focus of one of the most powerful factions in Warhammer, they do fine. Kind of like how the Tau survive, kind of that way. The Tau survive because they aren't worth it, essentially. Like the way these ships look, the detail on like these Chaos ships is super accurate too. Like, that's what's really cool about this game, is you get to really see what some of the ships look like in some high detail. You thought what was more fleshy? Chaos ships? Some of them are more fleshy. It depends on the alignment. This one's just like Chaos Undivided, essentially. But there are like Slaanesh aligned ones that look weird. Nurgle ones that look weird. Yeah, it just depends on the alignment. These ones are just, they don't have an alignment specifically other than Chaos. That's why they just look kind of somewhat normalish. Zench ones look really cool. These are essentially what, like, Horus Heresy era ships looked like, right? Like, these are what the Great Crusade, a lot of the Great Crusade fleets of Imperial fleets looked like, were these wedge-shaped ships before the modern era ships showed up.
I serve your glory.
Well, so even some Chaos Undivided ships are going to look organic too. It's just, in this game at least, they decided to have generic Chaos ships not look like that. Probably just to cut down on the amount of work they had to do for trying to diversify that look, you know? Because they were already doing 4 different, you know, factional models for Chaos. For the different gods, so to then add to the modeler's work, you know. So it's mostly just because of that, I would imagine. Oh, his visions. I mean, I think the Emperor is the one showing him in the visions. Did you read that book? Or listen to my review on it or something? No, Sanguinius isn't going to come back. If Sanguinius comes back, I don't think that's a good idea lore-wise. It doesn't make much sense to me. Are you talking about the visions in his book? So, the king that he's saying has to be the Emperor. Reason being, it's an old... So when he first sees the old king is sitting in a boat, fishing in the water. The water of the river that he sees has to be the warp, the currents of the warp. And there's 4 shapes swimming underneath the old king as he's fishing, which has to be the Chaos Gods. And the spears, I mean, there's several spears throughout Warhammer. He gave a spear to Lemon Russ and a spear to Constantine Valder. So it doesn't necessarily mean anything Sanguinius related that there's a spear. If anything, he's warning about the King in Yellow plotline for some reason. If they're going to mess with time and have that converge with the Indomitus era, which is very possible. So that's going to have ramifications for what the heck's going on in current era. We just don't know what those are yet. Exactly. The thing I've always loved about Warhammer is, unless you are a demon prince, a greater demon, or something else like that, when you're dead, you stay dead, pretty much. Well, the other exception being like a Dark Eldar Homunculi or whatever, but other than that, you are dead as a doorknob once you're dead, and that loss matters, you know? There's not this freaking... You know, like, we need to wrestle with our feelings over this person and suddenly they're back again for the 5th time, you know, like, no, like, sucks that character died, but let's move on and deal with the ramifications of that character's death, you know? Okay, We need to... It just hollows out any meaning when you just have tropes that you throw in for characters just to come back every time you feel like it. It's just... Star Wars does that, and I hate Star Wars lore because of that now. Like, nothing matters in Star Wars. It's a theme park, right? Just like Disneyland. And it's a nice little comfort blanket for people that love that universe, I guess. Your favorite characters are never in danger. But that's not fun for me. Well, yeah, unless you're Drago as well, I guess. But Drago is the exception, not the rule. And he hasn't died. Alright, after this fight, I'll shift so I can show you what I was talking about earlier. You didn't like whose death? Gav's? Oh, Garbiel? I don't think we were supposed to like it. It's kind of the entire point of it.
Yes, my liege.
His name is just Garviel. 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 But, what do you mean by you didn't like it thematically? Yeah, I mean, but what was interesting about that is what was really interesting. I think the biggest twist to that whole fight for me, now that I've been thinking about it since reading it and thinking back and reflecting on scenes in it, and like Horus was a lot more rational than in his position, like even as a puppet of chaos, than we ever thought he would be. To the point where he absolutely loved Loken still, which is very interesting. Like, he really did not want to kill him, which is kind of nice to see in such a villainous character, that he had enough left in him to not just uncontrollably kill a son he saw as his Sanguinius, you know? Like, he knew that Loken was special, and I don't know, I kind of like that. And then to add to that, to compound to that, I mean, the Emperor ended up being a trickster on the level of freaking Zench to beat him. Like, he certainly did not have the raw power to defeat Horus, and he exploited that love for Loken majorly to defeat Horus. I mean, he freaking masquerades as Loken during part of the fight. He makes Horus think he's speaking to Loken, and he's actually speaking to the Emperor. Like,
On the march. Inevitable.
like, the fact that the Emperor, like, never spoke directly as his own voice, really, and always was talking through someone else, was just kind of bizarre, and it just showed how, like, weirdly out of touch with humanity the Emperor is, for him to, like, just be, like, using, like, it shows him using other people, right? Like, to just be a voice that, like, comes out of other people at all times, or even literally taking their persona as his own to, like, for his own means, right? Loken would never admit it, but I think that kind of disturbed him when he noticed what the Emperor was doing, because it said that when Horus realized he was talking to the Emperor and not Loken, that Loken had a look of either fascination or horror on his face, or like unease at what the Emperor was doing. And I lean towards the unease, that he was kind of like, wow, I didn't think my holy, you know, my Emperor that I have grown to love over this time was, but then, you know, it's funny, like, if anyone didn't think that was going to happen, well, he didn't even use his real voice there. He psychically cast out his voice at them. He didn't vocalize it. He just said why to them in a psychic broadcast. But yes, that too. Like, he didn't address Horus, you're right, which is interesting. And that question of why to the Chaos Gods is very interesting to me. I've been thinking a lot on that too. Like, why was it even a question on why they did what they did to the Emperor? Like, it speaks to, like, some kind of expected agreement to hold that the Emperor thought he wasn't violating for them to do what they did. Which, it's been speculated for years that the reason the Chaos Gods went after the Emperor is because he did violate something that he agreed with them on. And the Emperor's question seems to indicate that's not the case. And I don't think the Emperor has any reason to be deceptive at that point, asking that question. So, that was probably the single weirdest thing out of that whole thing for me. Man, these orc ships are meaty as hell. Yeah, I mean, Valder saw the future there, but I don't think it was planned meticulously, because here's the thing. During that fight, when Horus relinquishes his power, when the Emperor finally gets him to, the Chaos Gods panic and try to get him back up into fighting shape immediately, because they realize it's a deception by the Emperor. I mean, they knew that the entire time. They told Horus, essentially, they were telling Horus not to relinquish his power, and Horus is like, I'm my own master type of thing, right? Relinquishes his power, but then they start forcing their power back into him. That doesn't sound planned to me. At all. That sounds like the Chaos Gods not getting their plan accomplished, even if they have benefited from the next 10,000 years. I think that was a happy accident. I don't think they planned it that way at all. That's not how they reacted at all.
Boarding successful. Frayed ones are feasting.
Who is the farmer in your analogy? I don't know about that. The Chaos Gods are behaving in a way that seemed to think that they expended a lot to try to outright kill the Emperor. And then the Emperor basically pulled his own deception to win that fight. I mean, what's interesting there about that whole thing is that I don't think anyone expected the Emperor to be as sneaky as he was. But then, you know, then you think about it, who created the freaking Alpha Legion? You know, everyone forgets that the Emperor created that Legion. It seems like they think it just showed up out of nowhere.
As you command.
No problem, dude. We are really getting hurt. And there's still a lot more orcs showing up.
On the march. What is your command? Energy to weapons array. We are death.
Yeah, we're in bad shape.
Energy bleed detected.
Very bad shape.
Yes, liege. Initialize molten power. Ready to serve. Faithful for battle. All power to molten
We can't lose that battleship.
shift interrupt.
Oh, we lost. Okay. Well, okay. We'll go do the main campaign thing, and then we'll come back. All right. So check the beginning of this out. Caleb, you'll like this if you've never seen it before. And anyone else here too.
For 10,000 years, the Eye of Terror has spewed its ageless horrors into the galaxy, gnawing at the eternal glories of the Imperium, at the very soul of mankind itself. And for every one of those 10,000 years, the fortress world of Cadia has held the gate closed, an adamantium bastion, granted strength by flesh and bone, and seeded purpose by faith in the Emperor's holy light. But as the darkness grew ever deeper, and the blaze of the Astronomicon guttered like a wind-blown candle. The Eye of Terror pulsed, its baleful energy spilling anew across the stars. With a shriek that echoed through nightmares from Medusa to Ultramar, the Black Fleet slipped its moorings. An endless tide of heretics, traitors, demons, and madmen whose desperate fealty was given over to a single damned soul. Abaddon the Despoiler, inheritor of the arch-traitor Horus's reviled legacy. The 13th Black Crusade, herald to a fresh age of nightmare, had begun. Stalwart Cadia would be the first to feel its wrath.
A Blackstone fortress! Without our shields, that accursed Hulk will scour Cadia clean.
Repairs to the null array are underway. We require only a matter of days.
The Magos asks for time. I have none to give.
My wolves will buy all that he needs. Alert my battle barge to prepare for my arrival. By the Fang, I'll not die without a fight.
Friggin' space wolves.
We are ready for verification, bro.
Yeah. I have to get through this tutorial part to show you something really cool.
No major issues.
It's kind of annoying, but alas.
All weapon systems functional. Beginning to...
Okay. On the asteroid field. Whoops.
On-spec sweep complete.
Blackstone fortresses were created by the Necrons.
By Roosebeard, what's taking so long? War calls. Enough with the tinkering. All sections report ready, Lord. The Fireman's Fang stands ready for battle. At last, crew of the Firemain's Fang. The Despoiler's jaws clamped tight about Cadia's throat.
And they just were able to steal them, basically.
To claim the kill. I say nay. Not while the sons of Roos have strength to fight.
Roos.
The valiant dead will shield us from the Black Fleet's curse. We will stalk the will of eternity from amongst the carcasses of its victims. When our fangs are at its belly, we strike with every boarding torpedo and assault craft at our disposal. We will cripple that Blackstone fortress however we can. Weapons, shields, engines, all father willing, we will tear out its corrupted heart. The Blackstone fortress is so close I can smell it. We'll have to cross that minefield to reach it. Take us through, Captain.
Repositioning. Engines engaged. To where we are needed. Hold course.
Nope.
We are pursued, but grander prey awaits. We cannot waste time in fruitless battle. Press on! We'll return once the Blackstone fortress is a broken hulk.
Underway. Moving to position.
Keep scooching, battle barge.
At your command.
Yeah.
Hogseyes! They're gaining. Contact Cajun Orbital Command. Tell them to detonate the mines. That explosion should clean our tails of these traitors. Aye, my lord.
Underway.
Run away. Yeah, the social orrery is interesting.
Standard speed engaged.
Good night, suckers.
Deserved. If only we'd had the time to make it painful.
Repositioning.
My lord, all specs show one traitor vessel survived the explosion. All sections.
Okay.
Engines engaged. Moving to position. To where we are needed.
Ha! So the traitor longs for death. Bring us in close. I want to smell his fear. Fire at will! I want them blooded before we seek their throat.
Hold course.
His shield falls. Let us test the thickness of his hide.
Moving to position. To where we are needed. Underway.
This first part drags on so much, but it has a really cool ending to it. The cutscene's cool. Have whoever used what drives as a weapon?
Obliterate the target. Engines engaged.
The Necrons use like their.
At your command.
Let's see, we need to turn around.
Standard speed engaged. Hold course. Engines engaged.
There we go.
His eyes are blinded. His fire is gone. We'll settle this with our teeth at his...
Repositioning.
See how his strength fails. The kill comes soon. Ready boarding torpedoes!
Boarding torpedoes.
Underway. To where we are needed.
Oh, I guess I can. Hang on.
Standard speed engaged.
Man, I forgot how cumbersome Imperial
to
ships can
position.
be compared to the Necrons. Okay. That's why they have the turning jets and stuff by comparison.
Standard speed engaged.
That was a bad launch. That was such a bad launch, my gosh.
Hold course.
Oh my gosh, are they ever gonna hit?
At your command.
I literally fired that at the worst arc possible. Okay. Couple hit. Jeez.
Our boarding torpedoes destroyed by turret fire. So the traitor still has claws. Bring us in closer. I'll end this myself.
Underway. Standard speed engaged. Engines engaged.
Our hunt is ended. Let the carcass drift. The greater quarry yet remains.
For where we are needed.
Okay.
I know most of you are not Fenris-born, but today it matters not. If you
I mean,
feel
they don't
the
really
fury
explain it in
coursing
this,
your
but
veins.
I mean, they
It matters
can
not
leap
if
back
you
from
hail
their boarding
Fenris,
torpedoes, I believe.
Spira, Cadia, or Marsh. Today we are brothers, bound by one single glorious purpose. We ride into death with the fury of heroes, and by our sacrifice, strike a blow worthy of saga and song.
For the Emperor! For Cadia! Death to the traitors!
The moment arrives. Let the engines roar!
Okay, now we can do game speed, which is nice. Okay.
We have located an Imperial warship. It's drifting, and the crew are not responding. However, all speaks to show that the vessel itself remains reliable.
We'll claim the vessel as our own. Reinforcements run thin, and even one ship may yet make a difference.
Setting course.
My lord, our boarding parties have seized command of the derelict. They report critical damage to weapons control. It won't be of any use to us.
Still, it shall not go to waste. Evacuate the ship to Cadia. Its fury will be hard in days to come.
Repositioning. My lord, we have enemy vessels on approach.
Okay, we gotta destroy them now.
Hold course. Feel our might. Main batteries, fire!
Yeah, those frigates don't have a prayer against a battle barge.
Underway. Initiating targeting protocols. Engines engaged. Moving to position. For where we are needed.
Pitiful whelps. 10,000 years of hate, and still feeble at heart. Bring us about. The Blackstone Fortress awaits.
My lord, Auspex have detected a colossal signature at extreme range. It must be the Blackstone Fortress. It's on an inbound heading.
Good. We'll wait in ambush. Bring us about into that asteroid field and cut the drive. Make us look like one more drifting hulk.
Okay.
At your command.
Scoot over there. No, I didn't ram it. Let's use good old macro cannon fire.
For where we are needed.
Oh, I gotta go right there.
My lord, the Blackstone Fortress is almost upon us.
Hold your nerve. The closer it comes before we reveal ourselves, the greater our chances of success.
There it is.
Moving to position. Inbound vector shifting. This is as close as we're likely to get. Boarding torpedoes stand ready.
So shall it be. Command of the Fang is yours. Give her a good death.
Hilo, for Roos, and the Old Father.
For Roos! And the All-Father!
That is impossible. Repositioning. Engines engaged. Firing. Keep firing. Keep your stand.
Sven Bloodhowl, stalwart of a brotherhood famed for their courage. But sometimes, courage is not enough.
Initialization failed. Null array inert. Insufficient power. Insufficient power. Rerouting. Reroute failed. Power surge. Processing. No data. Power building.
Trazen!
Null array deploying.
Chad Boy Trazen helping out.
Thus did Cadia earn respite, not through the bravery of Sven Bloodhowl, nor the labors of Magus Clan, but through the intercession of a mysterious benefactor. But the respite was short-lived.
Basically.
Tears faded, traitor warships blackened the skies. The
I love the art
siege
of this.
Cadia Secundus had begun. The forces of the despoiler came in numbers uncounted, but the walls of Casa Crath held. Even in that darkest of days, the flame of humanity's valor burned bright. With faith burning in their hearts, the defenders held the Chaos Hordes at bay, uncaring of the losses they bore in exchange. But flesh fails and faith flickers. With every bloody moment, Abaddon's forces drew closer to victory.
Oh, that's cool.
We need the location of Abaddon's main fleet before we strike. Admiral, lead a reconnaissance patrol. Be our eyes.
Gladly, Captain Garrison. We can't
Alright.
proceed until those defense platforms are destroyed.
Alright, so we need to do this boring part, and then we will get a really cool part and a cool
Engage
cutscene.
drives.
Understood.
Rig our light cruisers for silent running. We'll let our bombers handle this.
We serve. Changing course.
Bring us into position, Captain.
Course engaged.
Starhawk bombers to launch condition. Relaying target coordinates.
Starhawks loaded and set.
Finish this. All weapons fire at will.
Too soon to tell, Hector. Had to end sometime, and I guess it'll depend what they replace it with, you know? If they do the scouring for a few years, I think that'll be good.
Ship ready.
And they've still got a really powerful group of authors to do a lot of good with.
Reloading.
Your orders? Enemy defense platform destroyed. Setting course.
So they had time to call for reinforcements. Prepare to engage. None shall escape.
War of the False Primarch.
Coordinates acknowledged. Underway.
I mean, I hope the Scouring resolves plot lines like Sevatar and stuff like
Evaluate
that.
the situation. We cannot risk a foolhardy engagement. First, we'll grant all ships' captains full autonomy to maneuver. Now, designate priority target. Finally, we'll focus fire on the target's weapon systems to reduce their firepower. Unleash the Emperor's fury. All sections to battle stations. Blow those abominations apart.
Starhawks loaded and set. Aye, Admiral. Heading acknowledged.
Let's work through this part.
Engaging engines. For the Emperor. Engaging target. Target locked in.
Okay. Do we get the part we want yet?
Additional traitors on Auspex. All vessels regroup.
Okay.
Admiral, the crew are revolting. A mutiny is underway.
Your excuses do not concern me, Captain.
Uh-huh.
The punishment for
My
disobedience
lord,
is death.
the mutiny has been contained. Morale is ebbing, but we stand ready to fight.
At last. Now, seize this precious chance at redemption. For you and for your crew. Duty and death await.
Changing course. Impossible, Admiral.
Assault crews, report success!
Engaging. Reporting successful boarding action. We wait your command. Targeting enemy vessel.
Aye, Admiral.
Target locked in. Ship ready.
Fast forward through this part because this part is boring.
Serve.
Not the reason why we're here.
We wait your command.
Wow, come on, kill him.
Engaging. Starhawks loaded and sent.
Thank you.
Impossible, Admiral. Your orders?
Starhawks loaded and sent.
I mean, I think there's a lot of mystery still to what they left on the table. I don't think everything's been fleshed out.
More Chaos vessels inbound.
Yeah.
Emperor's teeth. If failure is to be my fate, I'll face it with the Emperor's light in my eyes. This is Admiral Harbride to all vessels. We fight to the death.
Course engaged.
What's our flagship? This one? Okay.
Coordinates acknowledged. We wait your command.
Admiral, this would appear to be the Despoiler's main fleet. Auspex readings confirm the presence of a Blackstone fortress.
Signal the Phalanx. Our mission ends in success, but our duty abides.
Underway.
All right.
Transmission from Phalanx.
You've done your part, Admiral. I hereby take command of this engagement. We'll give that Blackstone fortress an opponent worthy of its size.
Surprise, mother effer. Hello. Look what showed up.
Commodore Trudeau, what is our status? Understood. And Cadia itself?
Preliminary scans and Vox chatter confirm fighting on all continents. The greatest concentration appears to be at Casa Kraf on Cadia Secundus. The Herald of Absolution is inbound with our Adeptus Sororitas allies.
Good. Remind all Storm Talon squadrons that Celestine must make planetfall. All other concerns are secondary.
Confirmed. Captain, there's a Blackstone fortress in near orbit, tentatively identified as the Will of Eternity. Vox chatter confirms the Fire Main's Fang has already failed to bring it to ruin.
Indeed.
That's the Phalanx.
Failure from the sun
Caleb.
Bruce. The so-called saint was correct. These are dark
10,000-year-old
days.
fortress
Your orders?
station of the
They
Imperial
always are in
Fists.
dark days, Commodore. We bring the Emperor's fire and burn away the darkness.
Possibly a Dark Age of Technology relic.
We have been found. Vanguard vessels closing fast.
Brittle foes to be crushed beneath the Phalanx's good right arm, Commodore.
From their vector, they don't intend to duel with our guns, but to ram us. We must brace for impact.
Sound collision alarms. All hands. Brace for impact.
Starhawks loaded and sent.
Lightning strike successful.
Starhawks loaded and sent.
Lightning strike successful.
Yes, so see the Imperial Fist icon on the top? This thing is a 10,000-year-old monument to F you guys, basically.
We have visual on the Will of Eternity.
Oh gosh.
Acknowledged. All crews to battle stations. Hold this course. All ahead full. Take us down into its black craw.
All ahead forward. Seems we have their attention. Additional intercept points. They're closing too swiftly to avoid.
Let the fleet fight. The Phalanx's hide is thick. Too thick for their teeth. Hold main batteries for my order.
Target locked in.
Underway.
We wait your command. Starhawks loaded and sent.
Bulkheads failing. We serve.
All ahead full.
Ooh, pretty.
It will be destroyed.
Your orders? Will of Eternity in primary weapons range.
Unleash the Phalanx's fury. Let Abaddon know we come for him.
Repositioning.
The Blackstone Fortress shields are holding. We're barely scratching it.
Keep firing. We'll flay that abomination an inch at a time if we must.
At your order. Victory or death.
For where we are needed. Engines engaged.
Captain, the Will of Eternity shields are down.
Impossible! Confirmed.
Confirmed. They're gone.
I'll wager my right hand they have wolves loose in their belly. The fangs of Fenris strike here. It's our turn now. Main batteries. Open fire. Send that cursed home to hell.
At your command.
Impossible, Admiral.
Moving to position.
The Blackstone Fortress is down. We're too close. If it's reactive or critical, the Phalanx will be caught in the blast. Damage.
The sons of Dawn are too stubborn to die. Why should his regal daughter prove different? Gaze on the Blackstone Fortress's death, Commodore. Gaze, and rejoice for service fulfilled.
Alright, check this out. Actually, I think it's a cutscene after this. Well, yeah, it's a cutscene after this. Fight over Cadia.
Archmagos, your reputation precedes you, but you choose a bleak time to come to Cadia.
Bleaker than you know. My adepts uncovered pylons on Area 6. They are a perfect match for those present on Cadia, but were reduced to null during the Fourth Black Crusade.
Abaddon. His malice holds greater
Possibly.
purpose than
Belisarius is
Agreed. Ruined
very
pylon
powerful.
fields have been discovered on many worlds, all unmade by the Despoiler.
Why? Their heritage is alien, their purpose unknown.
The pylons' forges remain shrouded, known only to the Omnissiah. But their purpose is revealed. They contain the Eye of Terror. If they are destroyed, the Immaterium will claim all. The Imperium will be no more. The pylons must be safeguarded. They are our only weapon against the encroachment of chaos. But I need time to study.
Go, make your studies. May the Emperor guide you.
It'd be really cool to have a Titan engine game where you fight either in a Titan cockpit or like real-time strategy style with Titan legions. That'd be so cool.
I mean you no harm.
But you are an abomination.
I prefer honored guest. But abomination or not, you and I have common cause.
Logic dictates otherwise.
Then you don't seek to understand the nature of this matrix.
You comprehend its secrets.
I was there when they first awakened. Or perhaps I wasn't. Memory is such a fickle thing. Neither of us desires to see this galaxy ripped asunder by the Imperial ones. Destroy me if you wish. Nothing will change. For me, for you, for this world.
Show me.
Admiral, this is madness. Entering real space so close to a planet, you'll doom us all.
A good officer commands without doubt, and obeys without question.
Entering real space in 3, 2, 1.
Blessed Emperor, we're in the heart of the fight.
Look at the amount of freaking ships.
This is Admiral Catalia to Battle Group Silver Dawn. Form up.
Incoming enemy squadrons!
Race for impact.
We've lost the Purity Blade!
Silver Dawn to Cadian High Command. Where do you need us?
This battle is lost! We must disengage!
Coward. Commissar. Do your duty.
As the Emperor wills.
Incoming transmission.
Phalanx to Silver Dawn. This is Commodore Trevaux. Situation critical. Chaos forces have launched a full-scale planet strike. They aim to destroy the pylons of the Elysian fields. They must not succeed. Reinforce the position. The Phalanx will cover your back. Remain vigilant. We have reports that the Despoiler leads the assault. The Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects. Silver Dawn, this is the Admiral. All ahead full.
Auspex readings indicate unusual energy signatures at the Elysian fields.
Explain. I need more. By the Emperor!
Omniscience, Grace. This is beyond my experience. Analyzing.
Hurry. What are we looking at?
Analyzing complete. The pylons. The energy beam is repelling the Eye of Terror.
How is that possible? No matter. Our duty remains. Prepare for planet strike.
Incoming transmission. It's the Phalanx.
The Despoiler has retreated to the Vengeful Spirit to lick his wounds. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. All vessels, engage the Vengeful Spirit. For the salvation of mankind and vengeance long due, we will destroy this abomination once and for all.
This is Admiral Catalia to Battle Group Silver Dawn. We have our orders, and we're closer than anyone else. Today, the arch-traitor dies at our hands.
I don't think
Divert
so.
all power to weapons. Load torpedoes. We are the Emperor's fury. We shall not fail.
Well, about that.
Fire! All weapons!
The Vengeful Spirit is firing, sustaining hull damage, structural breaches on all decks.
No! No!
Weapon system, critical. Reactor, critical. Fires reported on all decks. We are heavily damaged. Estimated crew loss, 65,000.
The Vengeful Spirit intercepted our torpedoes. No significant damage.
What? What have I done? My pride. My arrogance.
Additional Chaos vessels inbound.
Very well. If that is how this ends. If we are to die, let it be with the Emperor's light in our eyes and his fury in our voice. We fight on! All hands! One last effort before they overwhelm us! Make this count!
Admiral, the enemy are peeling away.
No. You must be mistaken.
Confirmed. They are moving towards the wreckage of the Blackstone Fortress.
What? What are they doing? Vox officer, transmit a wideband message to all forces on Cadia. Tell them to evacuate the planet. Now!
More than 14 did, but yeah. This game is such a good opening showing the fall of Cadia. It's so cool. Love that. All right, let's see. See if we can fight these orcs again. All right, Caleb, see ya. That's cool, dude. We'll have fun playing. Thanks for hanging out and chatting.
Relocating. What is your command? Motive units fully engaged. I am the Dinister's spear. Inevitable. I serve your glory. Initial.
Caleb, how long have you been watching my videos and stuff? Or not Caleb, Hector. I think I asked Caleb when I met you, Hector.
Area.
Reaching engagement velocity. How may I serve? What is your command?
Okay, cool. Thanks for stopping by the stream.
The enemy has seized a strategic area. You have seized a strategic area.
Gosh. Yeah, that Dark Age one did pretty good. There was a couple of recent videos that just, the type of video style YouTube really liked, so I've been kind of hitting that, and it's been working out. Well, that's cool, dude. I'm glad that's getting recommended and stuff. Yeah, I figured I would put in a notification for earlier that there was going to be a stream today. So I've been kind of live streaming a bit abruptly, and that doesn't really help people be able to be here if they want to be. Trying to be a bit more intentional in playing things. How long have you been into Warhammer?
Ready to serve. Energy to recoalescence.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Kill him. Come on.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
I have the Dynasty Spear. All power to those How will I serve? I serve your glory. Ready to serve. Motive units fully engaged.
You have accumulated 25% of strategic points.
I am the Dynasty Spear. What is your command? Boarding successful. Flayed ones are feasting. Move. Adopt defense protocols. Internal damage registered. How may I serve?
You have seized a strategic area.
Reassembling coherence. Relocating. Engage phase shift. On the march. Ready to
Gosh. Okay, cool, dude. I just like to know where people are at, so like I sometimes assume everyone is like just knows what I know about the universe sometimes, and okay.
Internal damage registered. Boarding successful. Flayed ones are feasting. Ready to serve. What is your command? I am the day's spirit.
Sitting still.
What is your command? Yes, my liege. Relocating. How critical. Vessel lost. Adapt protocol to compensate.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas. The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Oh, orcs. Freaking nerds.
Ready to serve.
Oh, shit's gonna die.
As you command. They are doomed.
I've been following Warhammer since like I want to say around 2004. Kind of whenever Dawn of War came out, essentially. That's when I started getting my first books. Dawn of War was my first Warhammer game. And then I have been following the Horus Heresy from the beginning. So I read each book as it got released. So I figured having followed it that long that I could contribute on a lore channel. You know, try to build my own bit of community in it. And turns out that was a good guess for me. I've been talking about the lore on forums and stuff since I was, you know, a young teenager, so I've always been into it.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
Like, the absolute wealth of things to learn is just really cool. And there's never everything that you know. I want to get a podcast started too, but I need to find some people that want to actually do a podcast with me. It's the first thing. Man, they can hit you with forwarding a long ways away. I don't have too much experience fighting the orcs in this game.
The enemy has accumulated 50% of strategic points.
Initializing voting power.
Yeah, I didn't realize Revenge of the Sith came out at the same time. I don't follow other sci-fi nearly as much as Warhammer. But yeah, I mean, I like other sci-fi for sure. Like, I was a big Halo lore fan for a while. I didn't like the books nearly as much for that, though. Well, I did like the original Halo books with Master Chief in them. I didn't like the Forerunner books. I thought I would, but I didn't like the way they were written. I didn't find the characters very compelling. And it was written kind of in a, I don't know, just not a very descriptive way. I thought they were kind of boring the way they were written. I still think the lore of that universe is really cool, but... And, like, StarCraft was another universe I got really into for a long time. I've played through all the StarCraft campaigns again recently. Ah, okay. Yeah, I completely stumbled upon Horus Rising in a Barnes & Noble. I'm pretty sure the year it came out. And I didn't know what it was at first. Like, I looked at the cover and I was like, this is way different cover art for Warhammer. What is this? And I was like, wait, is this about the Primarch Horus? This is the horsehair? Wait, what? Like, it was kind of dumbfounding for me at first. Like, suddenly these characters that you've only heard about in the background lore are suddenly in this book, you know? It was really cool at the time.
You have seized a strategic area.
What is your command?
Dang it, that was a bad idea.
What is your command?
Sort of.
Moving. How may I serve?
Trying to do something fancy there and it didn't work out.
Initializing motive.
You are close to victory by strategic points.
Ready to serve.
Yeah, the Fall of Reach book is way better than the freaking game. I was really annoyed at how much they changed the game version of that. I mean, I've come around to like it more. Like, it does the spirit of the Fall of Reach well, but I was disappointed we didn't do, like, Blue Team and, like, any sign of any of the other Spartan 2s at all. They just totally cut them out of even being visible. It was annoying. I wanted to hold the line to some Spartan 2s, you know?
How may I serve? Yes, liege. On the march.
Noble Team ended up being pretty cool, but still ain't no Blue Team. Still ain't no Fred, Kelly, Linda, all of them. Oh yeah. No, I think looking back now and like having played through Fall of Reach a couple times now, it got the spirit of the feeling of that correct for sure. Like I kind of knee-jerk reacted at first, being like, "Oh, it's not lore accurate," you know, because big surprise guy who decided to start a Warhammer lore channel likes things to be lore accurate as much as possible. But I grew to like it a lot. Like it has the right amount of gravitas to it, and you know the last holdout mission is really cool. They did it well, despite me not personally liking some of the decisions. But what else do we got going on here? What about Cadia? Oh, it felt more emotional than Cadia. Oh, I get you. Well, I mean, okay, so I mean the thing about Halo is it just has a much more of a somber, fairly emotional style anyways, right? Warhammer at its core could be kind of serious, but it's at its core kind of satirical, over the top nonsense, you know? When you really look at it. And that's fine. I tend to like looking at it from a more serious perspective, because I think the universe can be that way as well. But like Halo is not goofy at all. It's just plain old serious about, you know, the end of everything type of thing. No, I haven't watched a lot of... See, so like I haven't watched a lot of Halo content either on YouTube, not really. I watched a little bit more when I was getting a little bit hyped for Halo Infinite. Because, you know, I was dumb enough to get my hopes up that that was actually going to be decent. And, I mean, it was okay story-wise, but the only cool moment, I feel like, that I remember in Halo Infinite was the callback of Master Chief to Sam in Reach, I believe. That was really cool. But other than that, deep lore hit. It was just kind of a basic story in a lot of ways. Okay, what is attacking us? We got this being attacked in 2 turns. Can't cancel that. Well, that's not good. They might lose just to my fortress and guns, though, to be honest. Kind of wonder if they will. Guess we'll find out. So it can't be everywhere, unfortunately. Okay. I mean, at its core, Warhammer can't be taken completely seriously because of just how bonkers insane it is. Like, the thing about Halo, some of the deep lore of Halo is pretty bonkers insane, but the actual, like, on-the-ground fighting and the characters are all human, like even Master Chief, for all he achieves, at least in the book form, he's still very much human, right? And he gets hurt, and he has to kind of recover from that. Like, I mean, I remember in the Flood, you know, the book after the Fall of Reach, the one that takes place on the Halo ring, actually. You know, it's like the book version of the first Halo game. Like, I remember they make it a point that, like, after a fight, Master Chief has to, like, stop, and he takes his helmet off, and he has to rest. And he even, like, opens up an energy bar and is, like, eating it. Like, he's like, man, I'm getting slugged out here. You know, he's not a freaking space marine like in Warhammer that like, gets an arm lopped off and is, like, using his lopped off arm to, like, beat his enemies into the dust, you know, and doesn't rest for, like, 10 days. There's just, like, nuance that Halo has as, like, a main difference to what Warhammer's doing.
As you command.
Even at its most serious, Warhammer is not somber like Halo can be. Somber and just kind of more about individuals, I'd say, in the middle of the bigger fight.
I serve your glory.
I mean, I remember original Dawn of War being pretty serious, you know, like, that kind of lent me... My original attitude towards Warhammer was that first Dawn of War game, and, I mean, that game took itself seriously. At least from the perspective of the forces you're playing as. I remember it striking me in the original Dawn of War, just how, like, not underdogish humanity is in Warhammer. Like, I remember walking through an orc encampment with, like, a whole bunch of space marines, and they're all yelling for the Emperor and stuff, and I was like, these guys are not normal humans. Like, I knew that, but I didn't know that at the time, you know? And so... Because in so much sci-fi, especially, and fantasy, I would say, humanity is portrayed like a plucky, hunky-dory underdog, you know? Like, wringing their hands about, you know, the morality of what they're doing, like, all that kind of stuff. And in Warhammer, they're like an evil ancient empire that's, like, bitterly just holding on, you know? And I find that refreshing in Warhammer. Not to say that Halo doesn't have, like, its bad side to humanity in it, but it's much more subdued in the background. Like, the ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, is pretty evil, but we don't... But, like, what they did ended up saving humanity inadvertently, so... Necessary evil, so to speak. Whereas, like, in Warhammer, humans just straight up do evil stuff, and they're not apologetic for it. It's not like I necessarily praise the fact that they're evil in Warhammer. It's just, I just like that it's a difference from, like, nearly every other sci-fi universe. Where there might be, like, an evil faction of humans in other universes, but not the, like, main empire of humanity itself, you know? Like, usually isn't. Like, from the perspective of the Tau, that humanity has to be kind of a terrifying empire, you know? And that's usually reserved for aliens and every other sci-fi universe, it feels like. And humans are, you know, barely making it, you know, that sort of thing. Like Mass Effect or something, you know? You said Oni as I said that? Yeah. Yeah. So it's not like it doesn't exist in Halo, but it's not the focus, you know? nor does it have to be the focus. I'm not saying every sci-fi has to follow what Warhammer does, but that's what makes Warhammer stand out for me, and why I like it in large part. And it's just got deep stuff to it. It's got its only universe that's sci-fi-ish, because it makes a fantasy too. It's the only sci-fi universe that has like really eldritch gods involved, and this weird unreality to it that is involved, and some Lovecraft stuff that is present in other sci-fi. But anyway, like Warhammer just has, it has a lot of mystery to it, and its mystery it doesn't try to explain every bit of, you know, nor do I hope it ever does explain every bit of it. Even if I would like to know more about like some parts, I hope we are never told about some parts, you know? And that's one of the main notes that Dan Abnett got from Games Workshop when he was writing The End and the Death Part 3, was to maintain the mystery of things. So, you know, they deliberately did not give away every single answer about what the Emperor's motivations were, what he was up to, all that was not completely revealed, because they intentionally want to obfuscate and keep people talking about it, you know, for years to come.
You have seized a strategic area.
And I don't disagree with that sort of mindset. Like, I feel like something like Star Wars over-explains itself all the time, and there is no mystery in Star Wars anymore. And I think that's a large part of why people don't like it as much anymore. Like, I love Knights of the Old Republic because that game had a lot of mystery for the Star Wars universe. Just before they started over-explaining every single little thing in that universe. I do not collect the armies. I doubt I could have afforded it growing up, and so I never got into it. Plus I'm not very good at like painting, right? So like I would have gotten frustrated by that back then for sure, and probably not continued anyway. But if I ever did decide to dive into that, I would probably pick the Thousand Suns, either Heresy era or 40k era, because the Thousand Suns are my favorite group in general, and or a Necron army probably as like a Xenos faction.
The enemy has accumulated 25% of strategic points.
Andor was good, yes. You know, I did kind of have a fan of Egypt growing up, although I will say, and you know, I did watch a lot of The Mummy, so perhaps it just kind of by general, I do like myself a good Egyptian aesthetic, but it's not really that for me, not with the Thousand Suns or the Necrons. So like the Necrons didn't used to have that overly Egyptian feel to them. I like the fact that they were these immortal murder robots, you know? and that they like kind of just silently marched at you, and there was no explaining them at first when they first showed up, you know. Whereas the Thousand Suns, I like the fact that they're all psychers, so they punch above their own weight despite having smaller numbers. And culturally, they're about like educating like even normal people about things. Like when they were not doing crusading during the Great Crusade, you could find like the leaders of that legion like literally teaching like college classes for normal humans, you know, about how to make a wine garden. I don't know. Like they just were a lot more cultured than a lot of the other Space Marine legions that when they weren't crusading, they were like training to fight more, you know, like kind of a little more boring sometimes. Not all the legions were like that, except for the Thousand Suns, but I just like that they just had more going for them. And then also when they would take over worlds, they tried to preserve the knowledge of that world. They didn't just burn everything down. They wanted to, you know, increase the knowledge base of humanity by recovering as much knowledge as they could. And so they wouldn't just haphazardly destroy everything like the Space Wolves or World Eaters. I just agree with that mentality a lot.
Moving.
I mean, at one point, the Thousand Suns even stopped the Space Wolves from destroying a library of knowledge. Like, Space Wolves are just going on a completely unnecessary killing spree, essentially, and they're like raging right in the direction of this library, and the Thousand Suns put themselves between it, including Magnus himself, and then the wolves have the gall to like try to fight their way through them.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
No, the Thousand Suns were not teaching about the primordial truth. The Thousand Suns were like truly about like general education of their population. For those that were able to learn Psyker abilities and become candidates for the Legion, yeah, they were taught stuff, but the Thousand Suns weren't all about sorcery. That wasn't their thing. That's what eventually messed them up, but that wasn't everything with them. The Thousand Suns, to me, what the heck? The Thousand Suns to me represented like the last spark of humanity's like inquisitive, like knowledge-seeking nature dying once they got destroyed by the Space Wolves. Like being completely fearful and arrogantly ignorant of your enemy's strengths and just attacking them head on like completely terrified savages like the Space Wolves is basically what replaced the hope that the Thousand Suns represented for humanity in some ways. Not getting Magnus back to Terra is what really sealed the deal for the heresy.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas. The enemy has seized a strategic area.
What is your command?
And so I like the seriousness of that storyline with them, and how they tried their best to try to still save humanity, even with improper means, and their downfall has some gravity to it. I don't know. I just like their whole story. And I like their powers. And their aesthetic. Especially pre-heresy aesthetic is really good. The red armor with the sun symbol is really cool.
Yes, my liege. Internal damage registered. Flame ones are feasting. Caltech swarms have breached the enemy vessel. All power to motor units. Internal damage register. What is your command? On the march. Engage weaponry.
You have accumulated 25% of strategic points.
I do think it was, if you're gonna, I sort of understand the Emperor not telling everybody about chaos and everything, but to not tell your entire army of Psychers, Space Marines, about it in any appreciable way is kind of odd. Apparently one Primarch was told about chaos in its fullness, but who that is was never exactly said. Malcador just mentioned it to Rogal Dorn and Sanguinius and Jagate Khan in a meeting. He was like, yeah, one Primarch was told about chaos fully. The rest of you we didn't trust with the knowledge, essentially. And I don't think that was Magnus, because Magnus did not seem to realize that Tzeentch was what Tzeentch was. He might have still been arrogant enough to have thought he could make a deal with Tzeentch and get away with it, but he definitely wasn't given enough knowledge. It's unexplained, like, why the Emperor couldn't stop the flesh change in the Thousand Sons. Like, he gave them to Magnus and basically was like, you figure it out. And we don't have any conversation between Magnus and the Emperor on why that had to be the case. Yes, but knowledge of exactly what the fall of the Eldar wasn't exactly common knowledge, not even to the Primarchs, I'd imagine. The Emperor definitely knew it was up there, but I doubt the Primarchs. I mean, I don't think they were given that kind of info. That the Eye of Terror and the, you know, the cause of Old Night and all that was because of the birth of a Chaos God. I don't think they were told that. The only time that I know of during the Great Crusade that any Eldar even talked to a Primarch was when Eldrad Ulthran tried to talk with Fulgrim. Tried to warn them of some things, but that didn't work out. Other than that attempt, I'm pretty sure all they ever did was fight Eldar. And none of the Eldar were willing to really talk to them. And it's not like humanity was willing to talk with them either. So... I don't have a lot of headcanon about the Tyrant Star, not really. I believe I gave somewhat of a theory in that it could be Zench related because its symbol is a bird claw. But that's a bit unsubtle for Zench to be that obvious about it being related to him. So it's kind of a weak theory by me. I mean, I do think it's warp related, but... It'd be kind of cool if it was some kind of, like, warp beast or something that was somehow traveling real space. But it was kind of semi-benevolent, like it was kind of moving around, but it wasn't trying to be malicious, but just the fact that it's a giant warp beast is causing turmoil in real space. That'd be kind of cool. It's not naturally nefarious, like the warp used to be for a lot of beasts in its depths. Yeah. It has potential to be not related to anything either. Could be its own one-off mystery. For all we know, it could just be like a portal to another dimension manifesting and causing weirdness too. Could be really anything.
What is your command? Shroud strike successful. How may I serve? Enemy vessels suffer critical damage. Shroud strike complete. Critical damage levied. I am the Dynasty Spear. Shroud strike successful. Motive units fully engaged. What is your command? Ready to serve. Reassembling coherence. I serve your glory. Inferior vessels sighted. How may I serve? I am the Dynasty Spear. Moving. What is your command? Ready to serve. On the march. Boarding successful. Play one.
Yeah, that's the portal to Warhammer Fantasy. Yep, absolutely. We've solved it. You know what's funny? Do you play the Total Warhammers at all?
Internal damage registered. Calotech swarms have breached the enemy vessel. Damage registered. Yes, my liege.
Okay, well, in Total Warhammer 3, you go to each of the Chaos God's realms, right? And, in Khorne's realm, there's like 5 legendary weapons of Khorne laying around the edges of his map. And one of them is straight up a chainsword. And I think they did that just as a joke and nod to Warhammer 40k. I don't think it actually is meant to be canon. Because they're not... They've never been said to be connected explicitly. But I found that funny. It has like 250 armor penetration and a bunch of other crazy stats to it. Hey, 1,000 suns. Speaking of the 1,000 suns. So auto battle that one. Isn't Nagash too powerful? Technically. to be like a legendary lord and stuff. I mean, Nagash is basically a god. I mean, you got the Tomb Kings and stuff. I mean, they're, I don't know, other than aesthetics being somewhat related, that's kind of a hard matchup. I mean, Necrons just have ridiculous technology, and I guess the Tomb Kings would have magic that could rival that maybe, but I'm not super knowledgeable on the fantasy side of Warhammer still. And so I don't know if the feats of like the Tomb Kings could match up to the feats of the Necrons. Like what do the Tomb Kings have that takes on a monolith in any appreciable way? I don't think their walking like statue automatons are good enough to take them on. Maybe they could be, assuming they could tank that mega blast from the monolith crystal. Yeah. So, like, I played as... In the original Total Warhammer, I played as orcs a lot. I really liked playing as them. I also played as the Chaos Horde with Archeon. And Archeon is hilarious. There was a fight once where my army broke morally, and ran away. But Archeon was unbreakable because he just had all of his legendary equipment. And he just literally tanked that entire army and broke them morally and defeated them. It's one of the funniest fights I ever shouldn't have won but did. But it was like a end game, late game Archeon fully juiced and leveled up. Yeah, I don't like that that AOS version of fantasy at all. I think it was their attempt to make it like this weird halfway point between 40k and fantasy. And I like that they're bringing back the like actual fantasy world. I think it's a lot more interesting than that version of it. I think the world, the characters, all of that's way more interesting than Age of Sigmar has been. Just looking at it from afar. Turns in one turn, okay. What do we got here? I wonder if I could fight this or not. Probably not yet. Just double checking I'm not missing anything. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to like a good fantasy aesthetic, and Fantasy Warhammer has a pretty good aesthetic for it, so. I don't know what you do to make it still feel Warhammer-ish and go like modern or something with it. You know, in an effective way. My gosh, you guys. They're just attacking and attacking and attacking. Getting pressured pretty hard. I think there's difficulty settings in this. I don't remember. I really don't remember. I think there is a scale to it before you pick it, before you start the campaign. If there's not, I don't remember. I know you can do a lot of like custom campaign settings for like types of game modes you play in it and stuff like that. So you can kind of customize the campaign parameters to be as easy or as hard as you want, I think. I don't think I am. No, I'm not playing on hard. The game is fairly challenging in general, anyway. I just need to accomplish a specific mission to get the Tyranids to stop attacking completely, but that mission's going to be a pain because you have to fight like a very big Tyranid ship that Cannon will just dumpster you if you don't send the right stuff at it. So I'm trying to get a couple other things accomplished before I do that. Or does it? Okay, let's see. I'm not as familiar with the Stargate stuff. I watched a fair bit of Stargate, but I didn't watch all of it. Yeah, I remember there being like some straight up Egypt pyramid stuff in Stargate.
You have seized a strategic area.
Inevitable.
The enemy has seized a strategic area. The enemy has seized a strategic area. You have seized a strategic area. You have seized a strategic area.
I serve your glory. Initialize.
That's a lot of ships.
On the march. How may I serve? Inferior vessel sighted. What is your command? Ready to serve. Reassembling coherence. How may I serve? All power to motive units. Suffered critical damage. Energy to recoalescence. I am the dynasty spear. Shroud strike complete. Critical damage levied. Inferior vessel sighted. Yes, my liege. Internal damage registered. What is your command? I serve your glory. Motive units fully engaged. I am the dynasty spear. Initializing motive power. Ready to serve.
Shoot.
Swarms have breached the enemy vessel.
Give me back my scrolls.
Internal damage registered. Boarding successful. Flayed ones are feasting. Internal damage registered.
You have accumulated 25% of strategic points.
How may I serve? As you command. What is your command? Destroyed. Reassembling coherence.
It runs really well. I mean, I have a pretty decent computer, so I've got a 3080 in this thing. CPU is older, but it's a pretty powerful CPU for being older. So, although I should start considering replacing the CPU, RAM, and motherboard as the next upgrade, but I don't really need to. I just like to tinker with computer parts, so it'd be more just an excuse just to update it for another 5 or 6 years.
Strategic points.
Ah, look at that. That's a Zent ship. That's so cool looking.
Boarding successful. Flay one to feasting. I serve your glory. Internal damage registered. Drop void anchors.
You have accumulated 75% of strategic points.
I am the Dinister Spear. Shroud strike successful.
You have seized a strategic area.
Yeah, Zench's aesthetic always looks cool to me. It's like esoteric knowledge and magic look to him, mixed with a tinge of insanity as the cost of the knowledge.
What is your command? Shroud strike successful.
You are close to victory in strategic points.
I think that's up to personal taste, but I mean, all of the fleets have really detailed looking ships, and there's a lot of fleets. They have, you know, you have Tyranids. There's even Tau fleets in the multiplayer. No, there's not a Tau campaign, but nor are they in the campaigns that I know of. But you can play as 2 different Tau type fleets, and they're interesting looking. For me, I do like the way a lot of the Imperial stuff looks, because it's just so detailed. Just like the crenellations and amount of gun hard points on them, and I like that a lot. And then Orcs are also super cool, how detailed their ships look. Necrons are also cool, but I do like the Necrons, but I do think some of their designs are a little bit simplistic in some ways. I mean, when you look at them up close, the details are still cool, but oh gosh. Ooh. Ooh, we got a lot more fleet points now. Great. It's nice. We need that. Um, sorry, I was reading something. I don't like some of like the almost Victorian era looking styling of some things. Like art of like Imperials wearing like wigs from like what do you call it, like powdered wig type of stuff from like, you know, 1700s. I don't like that aesthetic when I see it. It's kind of annoying to me. And I remember seeing a tabletop model of a White Scars Space Marine on a speed bike, I think. Some kind of bike. This White Scar had a pot belly and like one of those mustaches from like the Civil War that goes from your nose to your sideburns. He looked like a dude that like eats donuts on the weekends, but he's a Space Marine. Like that was like an older model, so like, I mean, I'll be forgiving because of that, but it was still dumb looking when I saw it. And one of my problems with Warhammer in general, if I was to point one out, would be that Warhammer can get a little too samey in its aesthetic choices sometimes. Everything being Gothic architecture, everything being looking kind of the same, when that's far from the truth. Well, it's not that I think it shouldn't exist at all. Like, I kind of like that Warhammer has kind of such an odd aesthetic at times overall, but it's just on my personal taste. Like, I don't like any characters that look like that, or like, I don't know, like the whole Ecclesiarchy look and feel is kind of annoying. And like Sisters of Battle haircuts, not my favorite. I will say Sisters of Battle power armor, especially their helmets, look really cool. But their kind of monkish, short cut haircut just doesn't look good.
How may I serve?
And I don't mean like in a sexy way, it just doesn't look good. Like, I'm not saying that they need to be like all like aesthetically pleasing. I like the way the Sisters of Silence look, for example. Like, I think they're cool. But
On the march. Initializing motive power. Ready to serve.
But yeah, like kind of the overdone like Catholic aesthetic at times is kind of dumb to me. I like when Warhammer has kind of a Spartan aesthetic to things. So like Space Marine ships I think are kind of cool because they're just kind of these cold, almost utilitarian, functional style looks to them. Some Marines have like more detail to things, but that's not everyone by any means. There was a character in the Eisenhorn novels that was a rogue trader that they befriend in that universe, and I did like him. He kind of had the aesthetic of like the wigs and stuff, and I didn't really like that at first with him, but his personality won through for me as a character. Despite his style choices, not really my favorite, but... That does occur, though. It just isn't focused on nearly enough in Warhammer for the 40k era. But, like, for example, Ultramar, the king, like the like, you know, Rabout Goleman's lands, his system, like his worlds feel aesthetically different whenever they're described from anything in the Imperium. Like, they're not just straight up Gothic architecture everywhere, and like they actually have kind of a semi-modern mixed with, like, you know, like marble, stone, Roman-esque type of aesthetic even into the 40k era, I believe. I don't believe it overly changed much from the Great Crusade era, because Macrogge and the Ultramarines have always kind of had their own culture. So despite the, you know, Ultramarines kind of being the generic Space Marines, their worlds are far from generic in Warhammer. They're not these, like, despotic hive world grind machines like you hear about stereotypically everywhere. Like, it's more of a meritocracy, and people still lead pretty harsh lives, but the citizenry is, like, pretty professional and treated fairly well. Like, people have families they come from, and Ultramarines even kind of remember, like, their parents a little bit sometimes, I think. Even if it's been, you know, a long time since they've been alive. Like, in the latest books with, like, Rabout fighting Goleman. I don't know, Rabout fighting Goleman. Rabout fighting Mortarion. Like, the world that Nurgle is corrupting is a garden world. And that world is described as, like, you know, white granite buildings set into the sides of mountains, and beautiful garden terraces built into them, and hanging gardens and flower fields, and, like, completely not what you would expect an Imperial world to look like. or like Kalth, for example. I think it's Kalth. So Kalth ends up being an underground, whatchamacallit, it ends up being an underground society, right? They live in arcologies underground. But the cities underground are like big cities built into the sides of the rock of giant, arcology caves. There's also tons of plants built into these cityscapes underground, if you're gonna live in the Imperium, Ultramar is the place to try to live, I would say, is what I'm saying, basically. Still not some super great place overall, but way better than the rest of the you can pick in the Imperium for the most part. Oh, I mean, yeah. Ultramarines are memed way too hard. I mean, a lot of things are memed too hard. Not everything is, like, we get memeing to the point of grim derp, right? Where, like, everything is the worst possible thing imaginable everywhere you can think of, and people end up thinking that the entire setting is that people everywhere are living the worst lives possible. Every single trillion person, the trillions of people living in the Imperium, they are all living bad lives. That's not even close to the truth. In fact, I would say it's not even the majority. I would say most people probably live on semi-modern worlds with families, and they know the Emperor as like a religious figure, and no Space Marines exist, and that's it. And they don't see a war, they don't see anything, because they don't need to. They're deep in the Imperium somewhere, on a world that isn't strategic enough for Chaos to care, or Xenos, or anything. But you also can't really write a book about that, so. Yeah, the dumbest thing on online conversations is whenever any talk about the universe is brought up, you always have someone that has to come out and be like, remember, the Imperium is evil and you can't like them. It's like, I'm not, it's like, okay, we understand. Thank you very much. I wasn't cheering on the genocidal nature of the Imperium government, okay? But not every single Imperial citizen in the Imperium is an Inquisitor. So, I don't know. And not every Inquisitor is willing to use Exterminatus, so not even them.
Initializing motive power.
Oh, okay. Get out of the range.
Way of death. I serve your glory. Target locked. How may I serve? Adopting defensive protocols. I am the Dynasty's spear.
I don't think that Eisenhorn, in the Eisenhorn trilogy, ever ordered the Exterminatus of a single world. The entire time. Not even when he starts trending into radical territory. He does some bad stuff, but he doesn't do that.
Assembling coherence.
If anything, he was very understated in his overall authority whenever he could be, which I really liked.
There will be no escape.
But, you can't correct everybody, People are going to think what they want to think, and if someone's not really ever takes the time to, read the lore and just gets the memes, you know, whatever, laugh along with them, but it does bug me a little bit just because I like to be correct about things. Ultimately, this universe is just a sci-fi universe we enjoy, so it's not... There's no reason to really die on a hill about it, but it can be a little bit annoying. And I think that's a problem some of the games have, too. As much as I like this game, like, it leans into some of the tropes I'm talking about. Dawn of War did that, too. Dawn of War did not have a ton of variety for things, for aesthetics to things. And, like, every Imperial planet or level you went on had, like, the same kind of Gothic architecture. Like, there was zero variety. Have either of you played Rogue Trader, the new, like, RPG? I haven't played it yet. I have a feeling the aesthetic in that is actually pretty varied, though, depending on the worlds you explore. Did they actually, like, not make everything Gothic in that? I'm sure some areas are still Gothic, but... Yeah. The Tau were a little bit better, but especially when you, like, would attack their fortress area, you got to see, you know, a bit of a refreshing difference to the norm. But you go to, like, the Imperial Guard stronghold, oh my gosh, it's like the stereotypical Imperium in spades, right? Why are the Tau creepy? I've never heard them described as creepy before. This is gonna take a while. Ow, that hurt.
What is your command? We are death.
Yeah, ethereals are kind of weird.
Ready to serve. Reassembling coherence. I serve your glory. I am the Dynasty Spear.
Oh, I mean, I think the Covenant have much more variety because there's... Well, do they? I guess the Tau also are a conglomerate, really, of different species. I think I like the Covenant look overall more. I like their ships, especially. I like the way the elites look, especially in their armor. And their mentality. I like the kind of bellicose nature of elites. Tau powers, Tau exosuits are really cool though. Crisis suits and all that.
Ready to serve. What is your command? How may I serve?
Okay. Let's just fast forward this a bit.
Ready to serve. Enemy orbital platform silence. I am the distance sphere. Yes, my liege. What is your command? I am the distance sphere. Boarding successful. Flaying worms are feasting. Carotech swarms have breached the enemy vessel.
Ready to serve. Yeah, they say a lot of the same lines in this game. Yeah, I mean, there's like this weird brainwashing effect going on with the ethereals, for sure. Who knows if I'll ever get to the bottom of what's going on there, but there's certainly something a little strange there. Alright, this might be the final thing I do tonight. I'll call it good for the evening. I gotta go to bed kind of early tonight. So I need to eat some dinner too. Let's see here. Let's get fleet at first, okay. It's gonna probably be a tough fight actually though. A lot of brawly ships that the Imperium were going to throw at us. Yeah, the Farsight Conclave is really cool. I like the concept of them. For a hike? I'm glad you like hanging out while you're doing something. That's kind of what I was hoping for these streams, that people would just like to come hang out. Just kind of chill. Talk a bit about Warhammer with people that want to, you know? Because I know not all of us have a lot of people in our lives that give a single flying shit about this universe, and that can suck. Even if it's just a hobby. So. What kind of hike? Like how long and stuff? I do a lot of hiking. I'm gonna go hiking this Sunday.
As you command. Ready to serve. Motive units fully engaged. Drop void anchors.
You have seized a strategic area.
Relocating.
You have seized a strategic area.
That's a lot of fighters incoming.
I serve your glory.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Sending enough fighters at me? My goodness. Oh, that's cool. I'm in Arizona, Raz, so we have some terrain kind of like some parts of Spain. Kind of that dry, desert-ish, highlands almost. I don't know which part of Spain you're in. Like what... I'm not very familiar with a lot of Spain geography, but I know some of what I've seen looks like Arizona. No one... Whoa. What blew up? You live in Miami, Hector? And no one knows Warhammer? Oh yeah, no one knows Warhammer where you are at all? Yeah. Yeah, Warhammer is getting more popular and bigger, but it's still got a lot of, long ways to go.
You have seized a strategic area.
What is your command?
What's that gonna do? Ooh, Nova cannon shots. Great. I've got Nova cannons. That's no good. Try to keep track of those Nova cannon shots. Oh, and to answer your question, Hector. Oh, that's cool. Russ, that's cool. By the way, oh, you're in Italy, Hector? That's cool. That's freaking cool. I thought you said Miami. Anyway, as far as streams go right now, I'm not trying to overdo it, and I'm basically right now focusing on doing streams just on Fridays right now. In the evening. Just because usually I don't have to be anywhere on the weekend, so I can stream later and longer. I work early during the week, so I can't really stay up late streaming. And I'm pretty tired after work a lot of the time. And I'm reserving parts of the week for creating videos, right? So focusing on that. Because that will feed more people showing up to the streams. More than the streams will on their own. And I know that from hard-earned experience over the years, because I've tried streaming in the past, and discoverability just from streaming doesn't happen very often. You have to have like a really great personality and someone promoting you, it feels like, to win just to, to get noticed just off of streaming. Man. We might die here, because this is some powerful stuff. Although we have almost killed that Grand Cruiser. Yeah, I'll get the European cred, I guess, if I do that. Yeah, I mean, Imperials are hard to fight. I mean, I'm holding my own, actually, but... And yes, I play a lot of different games. I play more games that aren't Warhammer related than are Warhammer related. And I'll play more than just this. I just want to get through this campaign before I move to something different. Plus, this game doesn't require my full attention to play alright, so I can focus on chat more than something more intense. But I do want to play Bolt Gun. I haven't played Bolt Gun yet, or Rogue Trader. And I think that would be fun to play on here, but I want to try to get more of a crowd on here. Get engaged with some of the stuff we play on here, you know? It's a bit more story focused, or just fun to, like, you know, just watch as a community. I really don't care if I make any money off this channel or if it gets super big or anything. I just want there to be enough people to really form some kind of community people enjoy. That's kind of my goal, because that's the best sort of internet social stuff, is when you get a good community that has a good identity that you can build upon. And I thought, why not try to do that myself? Using Warhammer as our central interest. That battleship is tanky as F.
Ready to serve. Adopting defensive protocol.
You have seized a strategic.
Can you stop chasing down my poor ship over there? Poor guy. Ooh, get wrecked. Good night. I'll remember you if you're around. I mean, heck, you know, the early adopters usually are the ones that get remembered the most, I would say. So, you know, if you're consistently here, of course I'm going to remember you. Even if I did get bigger. And I'm not the type of person that forgets people, so. I honestly don't think this channel's gonna get massive or anything. I think if I'm gonna predict it, just for my own sanity, I would guess medium-sized. So, max of like 20,000 subscribers, I would think. Because I think if you get bigger than that, you have to almost be promoted by a bigger content creator that likes you. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not gonna not try to get bigger, but that's not my main goal either. Honestly, hitting over 1,000 subscribers is amazing. That is really cool to get any level of discoverability. Because that alone is not guaranteed. Let alone any success that like would make this like a full-time job for me or anything. Alright, Raz, have fun on your hike. See you later. For Secundus. Absolutely. Yeah, I was not really active in 2023.
What is your command? Drop void anchors.
I had some real life stuff that kind of took the wind out of my sails for a lot of that year. And then that kind of resolved itself by the end of the year. And I'm in a much better place now, so I'm able to kind of hammer away at things. So I probably would have hit 1,000 subs last year, although who knows, maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I wouldn't have picked the video topics that got me noticed. I don't know. You never know. Maybe it was meant to be, type of thing.
You have accumulated 75% of strategic points. The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas. You have seized a strategic area.
On the march.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Ready to serve.
I mean, I've gotten better at the fonts. The problem is I don't have Photoshop or some advanced tools that make it easier to edit that stuff efficiently. But yeah, I agree. They can be better.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas.
They were certainly really bad at the beginning.
Motive units fully engaged.
So perhaps if I fix some of them, they would be better. Yeah, they would do better.
The enemy has seized a strategic area.
Impossible. Cannot comply.
You have seized a strategic area.
Ooh, gross. That's a little too much. Want to fight head on?
Yes, my liege. I serve your glory. On the march.
You are close to victory by strategic points.
Energies of recall. Ready to serve. I am the dynasty's spear. Relocating. How may I serve? Inevitable.
The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas. The enemy is seizing one of your strategic areas. The enemy has seized a strategic area. You have seized a strategic area. The enemy has seized a strategic area.
I mean, black font. Oh, you mean like a shading behind the font? Because black font itself doesn't work that well. I see most people using like yellow fonts, like brightish fonts to stand out.
Reassembling coherence.
The enemy has accumulated 50% of strategic points.
I need an app that can like tint the images a little bit darker than I'm using to like make the texts contrast. I'm using software called GIMP right now, and it's not bad, but it's kind of hard to use. Gotten better at using it, but it doesn't have the best interface for being a free, pretty powerful graphic system.
I serve your glory.
You have seized a strategic area.
I can make an animations avatar. An animation avatar? What do you mean? Okay. One turn away for that. 4 turns away for that. 6 turns. Ugh, gross. Only 750 fleet though. Should be okay. All right though. Let's see. I don't know that I want to represent myself with an avatar. Or even with myself. Like, I don't have a problem with being on camera and talking on camera, but I should have selected this. I live streamed for years with a green screen behind me and was on screen entire streams and for videos and stuff. I just don't care to these days. Could help me identify with people more though, but so I have no idea how to make an avatar like that. Yeah, I did see the Dune movie, by the way, and I'm looking forward to the next Dune movie. That's as close to a Warhammer world as we're going to see right now. And they're doing a good job with it. All right, Hector. Well, thanks for spending the time here. It was nice to meet you. And you can always join us on Discord if you want to say hello there. If you already have, I just didn't notice. Then, you know. Yeah, if you look in the latest video, there should be a Discord link. Put it in the last couple of videos, so. I've had a little community on there for a couple of years. We got involved in one of the Reddit Pixel Wars when they did the our place thing. We put a little Warhammer symbol on the map that actually made it all the way. So the Discord symbol is of a dreadnought. This little dreadnought we put on a patch of the land for that Reddit war. It's good times. But yeah, have a good rest of your day over there across the pond, and I'll see you next week then, all right? Have a good night, dude. Have a good weekend.